We are back to working on Cuetils and our feature pipeline. Can't see that mouse. Every time. We're working on our feature pipeline. Um, Last time we switched the attributes to be at task, and then the type is in here, and we were able to implement API calls. I think that's where we ended. So we can go over here. We go Qtils pipeline. That's API queue, and we'll see running it. This is the request we're making. Call them postman echo. Um, just get with some query parameters, and what that does is it just gives us back an object in the response. This shows us the args, the headers, and the URL. Just some basic info. A nice little API to help just test some like client code. Let's see what's getting sent and received. And what we're doing is we're just picking out the args after we get it back. So this is chaining an API request to be able to pick out a sub object. And so today there's a few things I've got in mind. The first, well, I don't know which order we're gonna do this in. I think the goal down the line is to be able to build a Twitch bot of sorts. I mean, in general, to be able to build bots with this, in addition to doing normal data pipeline stuff, we'd like to be able to build bots on top of this so that we can define different responses more easily without having to worry about how the code works as a server. It all kind of just like work for you. And then you'd get some events or make API requests on like a or on a chat message, and you just run some little like pipeline. So we're gonna need a server. We're gonna need to do OAuth, and I think we're gonna want some ability to work with files. I think in this pipeline. So I just want to, I think, start off to just get warmed up for the day to just write a few existing tasks. And then what we want to do is we want to also turn this into like an app pipeline. And just give it a name here of some sort, like API test. Do something like that. And then we'll be able to run a specific, we could define more pipelines and be able to just execute just one of them instead of the only one in the file. And we'd also like to be able to build reusable task sequences or pipelines and have a pipeline act as a task. So we're going to have this nesting coming out. And I think we're going to do that by making an interface to, or making a general interface for task such that specific tasks or pipelines can be tasks. And I think the trickier part of this is more going to be um, the discovery of these things and possibly dependency resolution. That could be an issue. Or dependency, like how Qflow is finding dependencies. And I'm wondering if we have things cross, that could be an issue. We'll see. And once we get that kind of like wrapper class that can hold, or wrap, I shouldn't say class. Once we get a type that wraps all of our tasks, or an interface so that both are, we're going to create a wrapper task, which will give us some like more advanced capabilities on top of our basic tasks. Shared kind of capabilities like the ability to kill a long running task with Control C. They need to be able to be told to quit what they're doing. Um, we might want to, instead of relying on like printing from each individual task, we might want a single printer coroutine, and then we'll just send messages from tasks to that coroutine saying like, "Hey, I want this printed," and that way it's controlling so that different print messages don't get interleaved like halfway through because of standard out buffering and such things that can happen. Um, we in that sense we could print progress, and sort of the idea is that we might, instead of just saying print a message, we might send statistics back, and then we could create a visual representation of our DAGs and be able to show progress in like a browser window. Very similar to what your like GitHub Actions shows you, kind of a thing. Um, and then there's something like we could control parallelism as well through that, such that we may only want to run like 4 tasks at once, and if there's like 20 tasks to run, they'll sort of queue up and automatically be handled by that parallel cap, and things will just like they'll just get added as they like free up to do work. And let's see. So, and then the other thing is like we're going to need secrets. So we probably want to, in that printer, be able to have like it know about secrets and their contents, so that like it can filter the printed output um, with for those secrets and align it. And that way we have a single place where we need to do that rather than all of them, just in case the secrets happen to show up in like a Q value somehow, which is not like out of the question. It can totally happen. Okay, so I also, if you notice, we have it might look relatively same. You'll notice we lost our syntax highlighting for Q. And that's because I redid my whole NeoVim setup yesterday while watching Black Glasses and afterwards. And that's posted on GitHub now. Let's go. I could show you that real quick. Under my personal account, I'll call it NeoVim. And it's just a sequence of, or a set of Lua plugins. And the cool thing is that if we are in a Go file, let's see if it does this. We have auto completion now. I still don't know how to like quick select these things. Because I want to hit tab. Anyway, so yeah, there's language protocol or language server, uh, LSP protocol, running in the background. It's heavily influenced on Black Glasses um, dot files, his NeoVim setup in there, and we get things like lazy git and this super cool like in Vim, like we got our terminal here. We can jump around. Oops. Let's see. Does that fix it? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So I want to go into here. We're gonna, instead of calling this Q, let's pull up Q. We want to essentially mirror what they have and stay pretty close to what they have. Interesting. Um, that could be fun to kind of add. So you could print all the pipelines that you could run. Okay, so we want, well, there's CLI. That's just for printing and asking. We're going to need to be able to get user input. Let's see. We don't have necessarily a way to read Q into a Q file currently. Maybe we could do that. I feel like we could do that. That would be interesting. I can make things crazy. We might be able to make our DAG pipelines turn complete. Okay, so let's just reading. We want, so that was OS. Yeah, so MAOS, have read file.go. Let's just start there. Not to be confused with the standard OS. Is it, I think we will call it read file. Yeah, I don't have curly braces and parentheses matching right now. What are we calling these over here? Okay. I'll just call it F. And this is the and the question is, we'll worry about it later, but we might need something in F that tells us oh, come on. I think that's why I turned off autocomplete. Just to understand how. Yes, I know you're not happy. Such as a string, byte, or Q struct. Something like that. Time. need Slack open. Sorry, it's distracting. Somebody's asking Q questions. All right, so we're gonna read a file. We need func. Read file task. Run. Ooh, that's. Okay, now let's grab. I still haven't seen one of these. We should try and do. Let's try to trigger this today. Maybe downstream. We can provide a bad file name. A later task. Print. Deal with the error to see what. I don't know. Okay. Aren't you supposed to? Run and go, please. Why isn't it doing anything? I thought it would. Yeah. I'm not for sure it'll be helping us with these imports. Oh, we got a noise in the ear. Let's see. Dr. Lazy Beats. Welcome, fellow doctor. Thanks for following. And of course, we're missing a return. I do like this new setup. That's super sweet. What are you complaining about here? Bad syntax. Good morning. Well, it's late here. Late-ish. Depends on who you ask. Not me. It's still relatively early, like midday. Though it's like almost 10 p.m. Are you a programmer of sorts? Get rid of all this. Since all that's working. And we need to pull this off. And we're going to look for hashtag F. And I'm not even sure we're actually using any of these values or even need to. Let's make that an F. And then we want to know what kind of F is this? What is F going to look like? Let's make a test. Read file 01.txt.q. Learning pen testing, huh? Red team or blue team? It's going to be, oops, OS We're too early to know. Read file. We need an F. And let's just say it's a string. What kind of Fs? I suppose if it's Q, we can just, what do you say? Where are we gonna run this from? Let's be meta. Read file 001.q. We'll reread the file back in, but we won't. I am currently in my day job. Oh, maybe you're gone. I'm not sure. If you're still there in my day job, I'm trying to set up 2FA to prevent unauthorized logins to cloud VMs, so that our devs, when they're working on their cloud VMs, that nobody else like can't have like unauthorized parties log it in, and they'll have to use like a one-time password instead of like a regular password. So you SSH in, uses a key, and then ask it for a 2FA. Maybe we'll. That's not JSON data. We can convert it later. Let's see. Take that, and we're gonna do this. Pipe.q. Take that out. We'll put you up there. We're gonna get rid of all that. And that's the only non-key. Okay, either way. Actually, let's just print out here. We don't need anything like that. Okay, there's our test data. So we should be able to go. Let's change that message. Unknown task. And then we're gonna have OS read file, task, OS. Okay, and then we want file name there equals f dot string. email. Return error. And then we need OS will be OS. It's goose without the extra O. And I think this is the new way to do it. Yes. Because we might do something like this. And then switch on C's type to fill appropriately. Okay. All right, so we do need to come back here. And we'll just make that a string. Oh, I need to get that back. Unknown flow. Oops. Flow, is that right? What is it? Oh. And then we want bytes air equals go os dot read file. File name. Whoa. Print line string bytes. Okay, does it compile? Does it work? Too bad we can't Gamba. Looks like it works. Cool. So then in theory, we could do something like, let's see. Let's see if we can read that JSON. Dot backslash tree dot JSON. And then let's try import encoding dot encoding JSON. And then let's see, we want to, J is going to be Jason on Marshall? Or is it decode? Oh, there it is. It's not highlighted. Jason on Marshall. R dot contents. And then we should have that equals this shall be interesting. And then we're gonna pick out tree cow any. Does this work? Let us find out. Okay, we got the content. What if we come back here and we print X as well? Okay. I don't know if it's actually picking up the dependency here. Well, do we need to print our task dependency tree? Okay, it's a string. I wonder if there's let's see what happens here. Okay. How are we? Okay, we didn't see a dev error there. So it's exiting early. Okay. So that didn't work out as well as we'd hoped. We need to be able to turn this into a Q value, like into a value, possibly. Oh, we haven't finished here. That's what's going on. Duh. Okay, let's okay, then we need to find. Let's go back and I want to do that ideally. And what we need is whoops. I have this Vimium plugin I don't use enough. Incomplete kind. I think this is what we want. We need to switch on this and let's grab these and open our read file back up because we're going to come down here. Because I kind of think I think it needs to do that. Well, it needs to determine when it's done. So we need to switch. It's not giving me nice snippets. C dot incomplete kind. Default return format dot f. Unsupported content type in read file task. Okay, and then we want case q dot string kind, case q dot bytes kind, case q dot struct kind. I suppose we could read glob would be separate. We're just gonna read a single file for now. Okay. So for this one, actually maybe we'll do var res q dot value. called it v, so these need to be contents. Okay. That should suffice for now. We will need to like read it in here. So like context equals v dot context dot parse, compile bytes. We don't have a C yet.Ccom error equals that. Right. And then if we get an error, we'll do that. Otherwise, we will fill with C. And we'll just keep this comment the same. I think this is going to be C dot error. And then slash utils. Good. Does it compile? Nice. Look at that. It works. Field out, not found. That makes sense. Because contents. Okay, so we don't need any print here. And we don't need that. Oh, right. That should be out. Why are we? Okay. We need to clean up some output, I think. I think we probably have that there. And maybe we will. I think we are probably. Okay, that did happen. We still have yet to see a dep error. We'll keep putting it there till we actually see it print. But until then, I don't know. There's much we can do. I'm not sure how that error gets filled. Nice. That is what we want. And I bet this won't work. Um, see. Okay. We should make it work though. Okay. What's not going to work is, I believe, doing this. So, like, we might want to do final equals p dot out dot tree. And we'd like to just like at print this. Ideally, but we're not gonna like, this is not a task, right? So we could like do something like this. And then hashtag print any, or pick any rather. So we're like putting a sub value into the thing to pick from, and then we could do something like that. No? Did that not work? What if we do p dot out and we do let's see what's happening here. Oh, because it's not a task, right? We're gonna call this a task st pick for now, but we might want to do like OS standard out here. I think we could do OS standard in and standard out, and then let's see if this works. Okay, there we go. So we kind of extracted out a sub object doing that. But now let's call this OS standard out. And it's not going to have any return. So now we should have 3 unknown tasks. Righteous. Um, let's see. Let's do this. Read file. Standard out. What? Yeah, no. Actually, we don't need any of this. We aren't going to fill anything. Oops. I think we'll just put that there. Oops. This will be O. O there, and then we'll just do print line. Maybe we should have a print F. Although printf might be a little bit difficult. We're just going to do this for now. Like, I think in the wrapper we will, well, we should always know what value this was like worked on with later. But we'll revisit that like when we do that whole wrapping testing, we're also going to have probably some task that we embed into all of these that implements an interface. So we don't need that. We do need to come back here. Standard out. Standard out task. Very nice. It works. Cool. All right. Let us do standard in while we're at it. That's fine. We should probably use a more robust standard in. Out, in. Because we don't need to look up this. What we need to do is t.fill results. And then results will be v.fill path. In whatever in is. And then we need let's see. Go line read standard in. Do we want that? Is the question. Let's see what the more general query has. Oh, maybe we want message will equal This will be text. S. Then we need, what was it? Is that sufficient? It's gonna be v dot lookup path, q dot parse path, and then we want message. Okay. We don't need our import. We don't need that. Input will be message will be enter text. At task OS standard in. You know what we could do? Strings. Import strings. I think there's a strings dot to upper. And this could be input dot out. Or maybe we'll do contents again. Let's do this if message dot error equals nil. I guess actually this not equal nil will return error. Else if message dot exists, we'll print the message. And then we'll read till we get a new line, and we should. We need to rebuild. Tag is the same as pipeline. Just so you know. I mean, it kind of works. And it did uppercase it, so that's cool. Now, why do we have quotes around it? Okay. Oh, because I have print here. Let's make that a print line. We're going to get rid of all of that. Oh, we don't want print line. I guess print it is. Okay, and then let's come back down here. Let's give ourselves a little space. That even has the quotes in there. Very nice. Okay, so I think we got a few tasks added. That's done. Let us let's see. Just did some cleanup in here. So we'll include that. We're going to include that whole directory. I think that's everything in there. All that and that. Okay. Commit message. Implement several pipeline OS tasks. General cleanup as well. We can push it. And cool. Wait, did not push. Next time we'll have to try capital P. My question is my... I want to check on this. I wanted to make sure my stream's coming in HD. Let's go to our channel. Hopefully this is not... Why is it not streaming in 1080p? This is getting ridiculous. It should be. Let's check YouTube. What? How do they even... Warning, your current bitrate of 10,060 is lower than the recommended. We recommend that you use a stream bitrate of 4,500. Well, I'm more than twice that. Is it working? Is my stream okay? Where do we go? I guess that doesn't work. Okay, it's like 1080p on YouTube, so that seems fine. Why is it not doing it? What the heck, Twitch? What the heck? All right. Let's take a short break. And you can hang out with the Gophers until I get back. You see them? They're like, poke them in the eye. My Gophers. Now we're back in. You can hear me. I'm gonna turn off the camera for a bit while I clear out my eyes and such. These eye drops, good stuff. When you stare at a screen all day, you need to take care of your eyes. All right. Oh, now I can't read. Okay, so we have. Get my mouse here. We have added some extra tasks here. Maybe we should since we're here, let's do a write file. Just because that will round us out. We'll have all the like necessary like being able to read and write from the file system and the terminal for eventually implementing OAuth via a pipeline here, or maybe, yeah, I mean, it will be eventually. Oh, we could kill a different task. Yeah. So trying to get one of the goals is to like be able to implement an OAuth workflow in this DAG system. And so we will need to run a server. We'll put it under here like API server or serve. Maybe we could even like, we'll have a server, then we can build a pipeline that is essentially, or a task of sorts, that will represent OAuth that's built on some of these other things. Yeah, so we wanted. So another reason to be able to kill tasks is to tell the server to shut down. Maybe we'll implement some message passing of some sort between tasks as well. That would be interesting. Yeah. Something like that. So I'm kind of brainstorming right now. We're gonna do write file, but then I thought about a couple things. Let's see. I'm just sketching that out. We're gonna have an interface task. Is this right? I haven't used an interface in quite a while. This is embarrassing. Oh, where are we? Let me get rid of Stack Overflow. Okay. actually. Oops, we don't have a DB. It needs this. Run. For now, we might have this take um, something else. But for now, what do you mean you expected? I don't get. Oh, maybe it's okay. Oh, okay. Are you happy now? Very good. We're gonna have that. So anyway, let's just get back to write file. We're likely just going to take all that. Oh, I don't have that either. I need to write down things that I don't have in Vim anymore that I use. And Bane. Really? H. No. Okay, let's actually. Um, this isn't the same. Why won't you let me quit? There we go. Okay. Okay, I got some Vim stuff written down. Let's see. We need to finish writing file. And then I want to move on to pipeline as a task. Okay. Okay. We should make schemas for these things. That's what We'll just have to maybe unify it. No, schemas. And we also ideally it should just be duplicated and like then deduped by Q. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. Like we might have something here. We do have a bit, but it's more like this. We'd have something like, and then hashtag read file, and then we'll have at task is SD, or no, OS, read file. I bet we could do this. And then contents is string or bytes. Maybe we should just get rid of all these definitions too. It probably doesn't matter. I think it would be more, I think the proper UX is not to have these, right? Filled by Cuetils. I guess that didn't work. And then we want mode can be a string, or we want to say octal. And I think we just say, or what's that mean? It's u int 8. Maybe? Is that big enough? We'll find out. Let's make some write file tests. Let's do it. Write file 001.txt. Let's write some files, like write some tests like this. So we're going to exec Cuetils. Then we have in.q and golden.standard out. Where's our we'll use something that's just repeatable between the tests here. We'll call it test. Since we need, let's just say, words. Something like that. And then we'll do W, or maybe we'll just call it T. T0 will be we also want to let's see what options Golang takes for not refile. Let's just go to the OS package. We want write file. Okay, we want to know how can we write file mode. How do we, can we just parse something into a file mode? Okay. Let's also put it here. Then we should be able to. Okay. This is a jump file. We're able to edit our jump file. What I don't have is a quick way to run Cuetils. I guess I just want an alias. Underscore C. Is this the right way to do this? Nope. Okay, so adding an alias, we can do now reload that. And yes, underscore C. Oh, let's do this. So we can rebuild it. Uppercase are for building. Um, let's see. It's just muscle memory anyway. Undefined BS. Yeah, that is a bunch of undefined BS. But we should be able to do. What? Oh, we have to reload. There we go. Good enough. Okay. What is this? Right file. Maybe we should add exec as well. What does Q have for exec? Sorry, it just popped in my head. And that seems like a good one more task generally to get done. Package. I thought there was an exec package. Oh, it's probably under tool. What's in here? Run. Okay, there's just a single thing. Let's just sketch something out. Still haven't tested this. Add task. OS exec. No, we do want that. We don't. Come on. We don't need the file browser. We don't need that. That should be there. Okay. Do I like them lowercase? Let's stick with uppercase. I'd like some way to extract. Well, we could definitely use an os.getEnv. That's where we're gonna need like. I'm just thinking about env and how you would pass the host through. where we might. So how do we define? How do we read environment variables from the uh, the host? There is a. Maybe I should just come into here. Yeah. Okay, yeah, we're on 041. Just make sure. Yep. Okay. Let's just come in here. We'll just look through here. What we have, we were looking at tool exec.q, and what was the thing we were looking at? Oh, we want the OS package. That's right. Yeah, do we want to switch all the IDs? It's not like a hard thing to do. I kind of like to match this. If we use the same schema. Thought they were maybe getting rid of the ID. Okay, we do need to do those as well. So you should just, so we need, let's just copy it. Okay, that could be useful. Or it would be nice to like clear just a set of them. And if none, it clears all. Yeah, let's do that. Whatever. Let's see what it is. Why are we, I guess. A valid flag name. Okay, it's just saying it can't be empty and it can't contain a $sign. That seems reasonable. let us. Yeah, well, we're gonna have to do them all now. I'll be excited to have some syntax highlighting back. But I might actually leave the completion off. Though I would like to have it do the indentation correctly. It's not. Let's write that down. All right. We want that there. Actually, let's do. Okay. Hmm. And this is gonna be pipeline. We don't really have any subdirectories as of yet. But that's where we would, I think, put them. Right? We don't have any subdirectories. I think we'll be fine. Doing something like this. Okay. Are we? Actually, maybe we will make them values. I can see the benefit in that. Because then they're open by default. even test the right file? Yeah. What are we doing? Jeez. No inputs found. What? Okay. Oops. Sorry, I got distracted because we went to the schema. And just real quick. Um, thank you, int. What is? Go. I gotta give us back. I guess exec is in a subdirectory, isn't it? This is probably. Okay, it's an int. I wonder. If we just import and embed. Import. What if we do this just to see? Maybe we will go with all lower cases. But for now, come down here. Let's get our write file working. Since we don't have any of the other tasks. Let's see. Chat, you still out there? Are you still out there? I forgot my camera's off. Alright, write file still has some issues. Like, how much did we break? Where's our schema? We're gonna have to fix all of our. Let's just go for it. Let's at least migrate one of these to see how it feels. These don't even have any arcs. Okay. We need to try something else. We're gonna do import, not input. It's gonna be Cuetils. It's gonna be pipe line task OS. And then, okay, so we don't have a task yet, so this should be os dot write file. Something like that, but we might need a, oops. Computer's getting a bit hot. I might have to take a break and restart the terminal. Chrome OS is, I'm on the dev channel though. Beta channel maybe. I forget which. Okay. So I think between the schema looking right import now using that. Oh, what we could do is this q eval dash a file 2.q illegal number. Okay. Does that work? I'm not sure it's let's see. Overview types and values. Do I have it here? Something on numbers. Numbers. Octals. What? Backslash. That looks to be in the wrong area. Hmm. Okay. So it'd be something like that, I think. Oh no. We need that. What? What is that value anyway? fs.file mode. A UN32. How do we decode into one? That could be interesting. Wow. 0777 didn't work. Let's see what happens with. Why is it? Okay. Wait. What do they have it as? append. Okay, it's like that. Okay, so where's our permissions? Mode. Let's do that. Then we can come back here. What is this? Oh, it's gonna be Tools OS. Is it? Maybe we need to. Guess we're not gonna try this for now. We're just gonna copy it. I don't think we even care for now. But while we're here, okay, now can we read this thing? Where do I have a U in? What? No, I don't have that. I need to work on my um, environment more off camera. This is what we're looking for. Okay. What do we have as? Okay. Yes, this is what we want to. Well, what we want to do. Okay. Yeah. Do we have an attribute here? Yes. This is what we want. So that they can import it, we get a schema to make sure that they don't mess things up, or at least eventually we'll have required fields in Q. There's going to be a switch from optional to required. And there's this concept of closedness. But our attribute came through, which means okay, now we can have a valid Q test file. And we're going to have to clean everything up. Okay, we don't need to fill anything. Because then we want to write file name, our bytes, Let's see. Oh, it's gonna be in 64. Okay, yeah. How are they doing this over there? Um, file. Okay. Okay, we just put in OS file mode. Um, M. M64. Oh wait, maybe it was fine before. And this is what it's complaining about. Okay. Actually, no. We need to do. Oh, bytes around here somewhere. Let's see. Honestly, I should be using the autocomplete. Equals B dot. No. C dot. Bytes. That might shadow things. Oh, but we already have an error. Does that work? Oh, yes. Equals byte S. Res. We don't have anything to fill. Is that what we want to run? No. Oh, well, not yet. Let's do add task. Do they have any examples of this? Are they specifying it over here? Actually, how did we do it? Okay. So we need 0, O. Yeah, that seems, well, let's leave it off here. No, we need it here, but we can leave it off there. Okay, we're gonna make this right file 002. Is that right? Yeah. So the only difference here is we are setting all the fields and not having to import anything. And here we are importing, but we don't have to remember a bunch of things. This one's actually one line longer, but if your task is much more involved, there'll definitely be wins. Either or, I suppose. Do we have a file? We do. Cat write file 001.standard out. We got our content. Nice. Okay. Put that in. Put that in. That. Put that in. Okay, we still need to test things. Okay. I think we can quit for now. We still need to try 2. Oh, right. We want to do that. Sweet. It works both ways as expected. Now what we want to do, well, this is 0, 1. we have it right here. It should be something like that. Yeah. Oh, test suite. Don't we have that? How have we been running these before? Have we been? I guess we go test it. We do something like this. So we're gonna have test data, and then let's move start.txt to test data. Okay. Codependent. I think that's all we need. Now the question is, how the heck do we run it? Is this right? Yeah. Pipeline. We don't need this is gonna be test pipeline. This may work. Let's just go test. Okay, so we can test it now. We could run it in CI, which is something we should probably get to at some point. Okay. Okay, this is... Why does it not? That's bizarre. Why are we losing the line? Hmm. Anyway, um, maybe we don't worry about that so much in the moment. I mean, it's got the contents. That's what's bizarre. And why is this one failing? I wonder if we could... Oh, it's not gonna have... What? Okay. Let's fix some of these while we're at it. This could be why. exist anymore. Where's that example? We're doing this one. No, we want to do test data. That should be fine. Mm. Well, what if we take that off? And what happens if we do this? Okay. Let's just try this for now. Let's do this. TXT. Let's get a 2 in here. Fix that in a minute. Okay, we don't need to compare like that. We want a 3 here. And we expect this to fail because there's no in.txt. Okay, now we want to go. No inputs found. I wonder if oh. And then we want golden dot standard out. Compare standard out Should that be no inputs found? Oh no, we do want in.q. Oh, we want pipe.q. Oh man, what am I doing here? Let's start with that. Okay, first two passed. Unexpected command success. Okay. Read file 01.q. All right, well, let's fix that real quick. Error task failed. Oh. Okay. Oops. We want that. Okay, now we're getting the proper message. Maybe we do want to do this. And then we want to return format error F. Okay. Now let's try go test. Okay. Maybe we're missing out on some errors before. Okay, now we need this. And that is our expected output for oops, that one. Cool, now why is 2 failing? Right, okay. I think we fixed a few bugs here. Nice, passing. All right. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I will be just jiffy. What up, chat? How's it going? Sorry I wasn't right here. Somebody freaking raid? Primogen Harpoon. Why am I not seeing this in my feed? Sorry, I've only been streaming like 10 days. I'm still figuring this out. There you go. Oh, all right. Well, Primogen, thank you a ton. 557 viewers. Man, this is outdoing last stream. All right. I guess I got some people to thank here. Let's see. Besides the Primogen, how was your stream? It's gonna be like lost in all this message. Jesus, yeah, we already did that. J Perkins, I'm gonna call you Jenkins. Oh man, which way is chat going? Yeah, thanks. 58 followers is too darn low. All right, so let's see. I don't know how many of you just subscribed, but it's blowing up over here. I'm gonna go through them in order. Torboy, thanks for following. Zelcam, not sure how to pronounce that. Sorry if anybody I obliterate your name. You know what? We can make me. Is that gonna work? There, I'm back. I'm big. Getting bigger thanks to you all. Mar.io, thanks for following. Pack Douglas, All Right, 736, 7364. Zero Sum 19. Thank y'all for following. Haplo Eco. Uh, Grow. A whole bunch of W's. Zapka. Thanks for following. I think I've. Do you stream Zapka? I feel like I've seen your name in the streaming list before. Yeah, Sanctus. Thanks for following. Code and Garden Fan. I think I recognize some of these names from around the last 10 days or whatever. Chris Calamitous. Thanks for following. Super Dog. I gotta go through these a little bit faster. Where do we go? I lost my place. Super Dog. Jay Perkins. D-Word Saito. Real Silva. Let's see. Crazy Lucas. Nightshade Dude. M. Vargas. Moran. Great Daft Git. 69. That's my birthday, so my favorite number or second favorite. It's debatable. Chad Mandaroon 1E, or it's probably just a Maroony on the end. Crudafar, D plus, LJ 26 feet, KJ Betts. Oh man, it keeps going. Quiz Whiz. Thank you all for following. I think there's just a few more, and then I can tell you about what I've been working on. And then, oh man, I'm gonna just like jump. If I missed your message, like sorry. Let's see. Ostafy, Krakosaurus Rocks, XAXCS, Flux Forest. All right, let me give it to the most current chat. All right, before I get to chat, let me tell you what I've been doing. You can check my about section about all the links. We're working on Cuetils, sorry. And right now I am working on a pipeline feature. What Cuetils is, if you're not familiar with Q, I probably won't go into it too much right now. I think my last stream I talked about it more. And all of my recordings are up on YouTube, so if you want to follow me there, you can go back and see everything, or if you miss it, I'm uploading just my live streams there. Anyway, so the idea here is that we have, where do I have a good one of this? Something like this, right? We have an X and a Y, some input data. This is like a data pipeline, and we have some task, and then two tasks depend on that, and then another task depends on these two. And without having to specify those dependencies, we can just write tasks and just say like, the input to the next one is the input of this. And Q, the language, which is what you're seeing like right here. This is all Q. It's like a better JSON or YAML. You can kind of think of it that way, but it's a logical language. And I think it's going to eat like anywhere we write configuration. It's a really amazing language. I encourage you to check it out. And hopefully this is readable for you. It's a superset of JSON. So the idea is that we can, because Q works with data, we can manipulate it. And what I'm doing is building, something that runs pipelines. And in general, Qtils is a set of helpers powered by Q that help you work with different data. So you can, let's see, you can do this. You can do all these things. You can count, you get depth, you can diff JSON against YAML, or diff Q against Q, or JSON against JSON. So if you're just interested in diffing two JSON documents or YAML, you can use this right here. And I don't have a, I'm not going to show you an example of that. Just trust that it works, kind of a thing. Insert mask patch. These are various like structural, just mask an object out of another, something like that. And so there's this idea of, well, let's chain these things together. And that's what pipeline is. And so Q has getting back to this, Q has a DAG engine inside of it right here. Like it can figure this out for you just based on, this little bit right here. And then all we have to do is, this is out of date, if we look at like this right here, we can just do like at task API call. So you can now make API calls and then like work with the results. And my goal with like an interesting like thing we can do with this is I want to build OAuth, like an ad hoc OAuth server in this. So you can just fill in a couple values, like your keys and like what service you're using, and you get like an OAuth callback that you can hook into and then do things with, like make API calls off. I want to build, I guess, like the thing to do when you're a Twitch developer, or yeah, I guess a Twitch streamer who programming streamer, is to write a Twitch bot. Like that's a thing. I think I'm gonna do it anyway with this DAG engine. We're still a little ways away from that. I think we're getting closer. Because so what we did today was we added all the OS stuff so we can like read in and out, read in and out from standard in or from the terminal or files. And that's going to be important for like reading a 2FA code. Like my Twitch is locked behind a 2FA device. So when I make these, like when I register this app or try to use this application, I'm hoping I get a 2FA code and have to enter that back in. We'll see. And then we'll have to write like those tokens to disk so we can use them later in API calls because we don't want to log in every time. We're going to take care of eliding secrets before that. So where are we? What is Q? Did I explain that? Can I retire now? I don't know. Maybe if I bought more Bitcoin when it was like 8 years ago. Let's see. Oh, all these viewers. Yeah, so Old Man Judo. I think I've seen your name around too. Yeah, I could show you what a diff is. That's like a big thing. I think so in the grand scheme of things, I'm doing this right here, but I also have another tool, the Hoff tool. Oops, yeah, that's where I want to go. Which does a few things. It generates code. It works with data models, and that's something I've been working on. And I use the diff in that, so I could actually, I think, if I go into CD tests data model, we could look at what diff looks like through Hoff, which is just using the same function. If you want to diff, like if you write Go and you want to use these like functions in your code, like it's open source and the functions are importable, even though there's a CLI wrapping them. All those things are like that whole library is available to other programs. And they sort of like import each other, like a bunch of my tools do. Let's see, we want Hoff data model list. Hoff DM list. So this is what it does. I've got two models, so we could do like info. So we have a user and a user profile, and then I think if we do -m user. Oh right, this is regular expression if I recall. And then you can see like there's these different things on that, and then we could look at like Hoff DM history, and like if we do Hoff diff DM diff, is that right? Is that a command? Right there. Yeah, right there. Like I've checkpointed a number of times, and I've been like bumping. Actually, Hoff will bump the version for you. And let's just say, okay, there's a bunch of diff. Why are you printing so much? I bet I moved something. Why? Anyway, you'd see something like it's not like if you think about git diff or like normal diffs, they like show you the whole line. So you might see like this dot this dot this dot this, plus that. And then the thing, this is like a recursive diff and patch. I might have been messing with this stuff. I don't remember having these in here. Are these the same? Oh, that's what's going on. Okay, let's diff a different part of history. I should be able to say that and that. Since here until here. Okay, yeah. So this would be like I added the user profile. So I have like under my models, I got a plus, and then everything under here was added. And it will do like recursive stuff. Um, but the idea is generally that Hoff is all about this data model stuff or like code generation. And like every application has data models and they sort of drive a lot of the, like what the application looks like. And like you got to write CRUD kind of stuff and maybe a few like extra functions around that. But you also need it on the front end. You need it in the database. So how can I write a very abstract data model and have it generate code in all the places that I need? So I need like SQL tables in my database. So from this, can I, like you see, we got nullable and unique kind of stuff being added to it. So we can like derive like what should the SQL call look like to create that table or update that table for that matter when we start considering diff. Um, and then we can update the client side JavaScript to like add more fields to a form or display more stuff in a table. Typically, like data display, you don't generate as much, but you can like generate all the code that gets you data right in like your React or Vue application. And then another interesting aspect and why we're doing this whole like versioning of the data model and when you generate the code, you present the entire history of that data model so we can write functions such that like as you change your data model and deploy new servers, your clients, like your users, may not have updated their clients yet, and so you want to be able to like have like version skew so that they can be a little bit behind and the API still works. So how would you generate a function? If you understand the difference between the versions and you send that along, you can figure out what is different or what is likely supposed to be different, and like what you might like have fill that gap between the versions. How do you change things? And that's where like knowing how the model has changed over time comes into play, that we could like automatically generate those different versions with the goal being generally that you only want one version of your business logic in your application. So when you get new input, you just transform it into the latest version and then just let the application do its thing. There's slight complications when you have to send stuff back to the user, and you have to downgrade data possibly. But that's where like if you leave um, your sort of API expandable, so like you have all these fields, like, and you allow any extras, and like the client just ignores any extra fields. You don't have to worry about it. You can send back newer responses. I'm thinking this through right now. So like the schema is like you can think of it a lot like a protobuf schema. Actually, like one thing we can do is Q can import protobuf to Q. It can read protobufs, JSON schema, Open API schema, and protobufs, I think, and turn those into Q definitions, which you can then use and share around. I think Q is great because it it's a purpose-built language for configuration. Like we've been using JSON, YAML, and like TOML, like XML is used. I don't really use XML that often. Um, what's different about Q is you don't program in it. Instead, you write down your configuration and the schemas, and there's this like spectrum of like abstract schema all the way to most concrete value, and you can fill in like constraints and like actual parts of the configuration, but not all of it. And there's this spectrum, and in the end, all Q is going to do is going to like read all that together and what they call unify it to make sure it all like what you have written is truthful and correct with itself. It's Q is a logical language, which like there's a lot of theorem provers that are based in logical programming like theory. Instead of telling the computer what to do, it tells you whether you have what you have written is true or false, kind of thing. If you're familiar with Prolog, Q shares some history with Prolog in that sense of being a logical language and writing facts and like verifying that the facts are coherent with each other. So I'm building like generally I'm building a bunch of Q powered tools for developers. Uh, that's what yeah. I've been working on code generation for a while, and the code generation is generally uh, stable, I would say, at this point. And now we're just building like the code, the schemas and the generators. Like if you go to the website, I could talk about that another time. I'm kind of going down a rabbit hole now. Um, but the idea is that you can create new code generation paths, like your own schemas and your own like outputs, and like outside without having to modify Hoff. They're like packages that you and modules that you can import and reuse, and ideally share. Or what do I want to say? That's the word I'm looking for. You can compose these things together. So, I have this abstract data model, and I hook in the data, a Postgres backend versus a Mongo backend for my storage, and like what server side technology do I want to use? And it's just now we're just at a point where um, we have to just build out that content of modules in the ecosystem. So if you're like interested in trying this out, um, and building a generator for a particular technology you like that other people could use, um, check out the docs.hofstadter.io. That will like, and the first example walks you through building a generator. And I'm building just a basic. I did Go on the back end. We started out with just like in-memory storage, like just in like an object or a map, and then we added some basic vanilla JavaScript and HTML, and made an automatic front end. I think we used Bootstrap. Um, and you can see how like as you add new like modules, like they can reuse a lot of the existing schema that you've already written as a generator creator, and it becomes easy to add things in. Just like it starts snowballing on itself, sort of thing. Where's the money coming from? I do DevOps like implementation and consulting and like developer experience. Um, I'm only working like part time right now, so it's fine. We're all good. And focusing on working on my own things more. That's part of like why I'm getting into streaming. It's kind of fun to just like build. Like I was thinking about it earlier that when you're writing open source, you're like sharing it with other people, but like when you do that while streaming, like it's a different like it's a little more open into like the process and how it goes, and like what is like actually developing these things look like. Um, where was I? Since you all just came flying in. Let's see. Oh, howdy. How you doing tonight? D Shivinash. Sorry if I butchered your name. Welcome to the being a first time chatter in the Dr. Verm channel. What was I doing? Okay, we were getting. I think we passed our read tests. We didn't pass write tests yet. is that? I don't know why it's missing a line. I don't think I care right now because it actually does work via this. Like it'll write the content out and we're fine. And if we go look at the actual test results, it's got the line that it says it's missing. I don't know what's going on. I don't want to debug that right now. What I want to do is, since most of you weren't here from the beginning, I got this little list of stuff I was trying to work on. We got some new helpers, some new stuff to put in our pipelines. And I think what we want to do is to make pipelines composable and reusable and nested. So let's say, actually, the first thing I think we want to do is pipeline multi. We just want to get the attribute working. Let's just call pipeline 001 Q. And then let's see. I guess we need all that. Call this API call. And then maybe that's a bit long. This will be okay. Okay, so now we have two pipelines in the same file, and we want to be able to run one or the other or both. So actually, we'll get to see a little bit of Hoff in this because if we go back to Cuetils pipeline, oop, I got one too many letters in there. -H. We don't have like a way to select a pipeline currently. And I think if we go back to GitHub, I want to give it a name and then tags. So like anything I do, it reuses itself. This is the generator for a CLI. So you can generate boilerplate for a command line utility written in Go. And Cuetils and Hoff both do this, and you end up with like, let's see. Hoff's command tree looks like all the files looks like this. We have a command, we have some more commands. We got some tests. These, I don't know if these work. It's fine. That's where you would like, as somebody using this would write a bunch of a test of your CLI. Like it generates the same stuff so that you can write these same TXT files to test your tools. We got a whole bunch of more commands here. You get version info, main, root. I don't know if you noticed, but we could do Cuetils update check. And it'll say, because I've got a developed version, we still have to like do that conditional. You get a CLI that can update itself and check for new updates. if right now it works based on GitHub, it will produce. If we look at Cuetils itself, and you look at like a release in Go, there's this really awesome project called Go Releaser that will build you a whole bunch of Docker images and cross-platform binaries for your application. So you can just run a single command and it will actually upload these and like cut the release. And then I just come in and usually like add a changelog. Um, and so like since they're available on Git, like we can like check Git for new versions and self-update ourselves. I don't know if it works everywhere, um, in terms of like self-updating, but I know it works on Linux and probably Mac. But you can get a CLI application like that. And so we have a generator, and then this is us filling in the schema since we're not writing the generator, we're just using it. You get little help messages. This is just like a detail, like the root command doesn't have something it should do. It should just print the help in this case. Here's all our commands. We write flags like this. A whole bunch of flags for this application because I've been kind of reusing them. And then you have this releases thing. This is what I was just talking about. This essentially sets up all the stuff for Go Releaser. Get updates. There's some pprof if you want it. This is what a command looks like. You could set your args. Just like the kind of, what's the most abstract thing? Like if you were gonna write down like what a CLI looked like as like a schema in like JSON or YAML, if I don't mash the words together, then you would you might write something like this, like you do in Q. And the cool thing is that, with Q, you get to do things like this, where you just reference other variables and you have real imports and packages. And Q is fantastic. I tell you, it's going to eat the DevOps and config world. But I know there's a lot of people starting to adopt it. Grafana's adopting it, if you're familiar with Grafana. Okay, so what we want to do is where's our pipeline? Let's come back up here. Just grab one of these. And we could that's persistent flags. They propagate through the entire subtree wherever they show up. Commands in the root look exactly the same. They share a common schema. And so we want, what do we have for these already? We don't have an N. We got N for error. And we're going to use T for tags. I think we could do that. This should be string. I have flags like this. I swear I do. I swear I'm not lying. Maybe, yeah, here we go. Okay, so the default is nil. That's all I really wanted to know. And then we might have a string here. Actually, no, we can just use tags. Like if you want a name, just make it like specific enough of a tag. Okay, so we're just gonna add a flag to our pipeline. And actually this will be fun because it will show you like the concept behind this. Like I've already got this application, it already has a design, right? And I've been working on it, obviously. So like one of the ideas of Hoff as a code generator is like how can you work on both sides? Like I need to write the details and the specifics, but I want to generate as much boilerplate as I can. And at some point they need to like intermix. So what does that look like? And how do you work on both sides effectively without, breaking your own work or deleting things? And so Hoff keeps a shadow copy and does this whole diff3 thing and like can tell the difference between what you've changed and what is changed. And so we can go to the tool and then we just do a Hoff gen in here. And we got an error, of course. Oops. Okay, this is a queue error, so my queue is wrong somewhere. Tags to match for what to run. Right. That's not cute. Oh. Let's do that. Okay. So we got a little bit of a merge conflict, but we need to be in there anyway. So now we can go in here and we were in pipeline. Your file, new file. For some reason, I got a bug that I need to fix. But now we need to also pass address, a reference to, or pointer, I suppose, flags dot. It is going to be pipeline flags. Okay, there it is. It's just taking its time. And we don't need any of those for writing that out. So that's all we had to change in our CLI. As you can see, like we can, I don't know if you probably can't see those. Let's do lazy git. So this is the Hoff shadow directory. You never touch these. It's just used for that. You need to commit it to Git, but it's what helps keep the difference between the like. It's part of how like the diff3 works. You need 3 copies. You need a shared ancestor of both. So this file is new. It's just adding ourselves a flagpole and a variable to that the CLI will initialize and bind together. Like if you see like these lines here are where it's binding it. Oh, what's going on here? So we want to add that. Shout out to black glasses or dark glasses from the Alt F4 show. I think it's. I was watching him yesterday and saw his Vim, and I went and redid my Vim. Well, right after his stream yesterday, and this thing is super cool. This float term, and this is like running lazy git inside of float term. So multiple things I learned about. So then here we're just changing those two. We're gonna add that. Come on. We're gonna add everything in there. We got work we haven't committed. Lots of work. Um, anyway, we'll worry about that later. So added in, we got too many. So now this is in the generated code area. So now under pipeline run, we need to come up here and add the same thing. See, there's still more to generate if possible. It's gonna be PR. How come I have a half-time job? Because I don't know. I guess I just like worked it out that way. Um, I mean, I work full time, more or less. Part of it's for myself. So I have Hofstadter. That's a like I was trying to make a startup, and I'm not necessarily opposed to doing that whole like open core. I don't know, I could talk about how like some of the ideas around um, open source and making money and how you do that kind of stuff. Are people interested in that? I could chat about that and like some of the things like have you ever heard of open core as a like a business model? Like you've heard of SaaS and all that kind of stuff. But how do you then like I don't know if you've heard of the Elasticsearch and like uh Redis kind of like how they're changing all their license stuff. All right, let me like take a quick break. I need to use the restroom and probably refill my water. I'll come back and talk about some of the stuff and show you around like monetizing open source and some of like what I know about it. I mean, I haven't been successful necessarily at it. Um, I think like what I'm working on a lot right now is just content creation, which is like part of what I'm doing now. Like you're all learning about what I do, and like hopefully like what I do helps you in your job as a developer. Um, I'd love to hear back if it does. But I had an idea for doing like low code for everyone, but like building a drag and drop interface for like citizen developers wasn't really what I wanted to do. And I really like building developer tools and working on developer experience. That's, I help people figure out how to like run their cloud, cheaper and easier for their developers and also their build systems and things like that. Go microservice. All right, I will be right back. Okay, since let's see, before I dive into this whole open source stuff, since somebody just mentioned DevOps, let's see, we can go big for this. Actually, at least for a second. If you're familiar with Docker, um, the three guys who created Docker, the tool originally from Docker, they've since left Docker a long time ago, but they're working on a new project in the DevOps space, and it's a thing. Let me just pull it up for you since I have access. It's still like in a. Oh, I didn't need the tree setter. Let me move that away. If you notice, my queue is not highlighted right now. It's all very bland. Um, Dagger.io. This is cool. This is essentially Docker is built on this thing called BuildKit. But Docker only uses like 10% of BuildKit. And if you think of like all like how big the Docker CLI is, you know, like look at this, like seriously. Like look at all these commands. And then you think of all the stuff Docker does. It only uses 10% of BuildKit. Now, like, what if you have the same like apt installs on two different, you start from two base images and you have like things that happen in them that are overlapped and you can't build necessarily a common base image for both of them, but they are essentially the same. BuildKit can actually, like this BuildX right here, that's BuildKit. That's like more like BuildKit has this DAG engine like Q does under the hood, and that will figure out like what layers have changed and need to like come back together, um, and be like rebuilt. So what Dagger is, like Docker is a front end to BuildKit, um, technically speaking, of sorts. So Dagger is a Q front end written in Go for the build kit and Q DAG engines. So it's going to not just build, but it's not going to just build containers because BuildKit can also run containers and like mount secrets from your system in and like do all this really interesting stuff. And so the idea is like you could go from like understanding what parts of your code have changed to rebuilding only the necessary layers in your containers to having only those parts shipped up to the cloud and only the necessary parts of your cloud change to like deploy that application change. You could think of it as just becoming this big like directed graph all mashed together, like from code to production. What does that look like? I mean, so like Dagger's trying to do what Docker does, but also like what GitHub Actions does and like what Terraform does, all through like a common scheme, like where you can build schemas and like add components to the universe of Dagger modules. Um, Super cool stuff. Oh yeah, so I'm still full screen. Yeah, sorry. Dagger. I've only looked at this so far. You can come here and get request early access. They hand it out pretty readily, as far as I know. I haven't looked into seeing what the state of it has been lately. I worked with them about this time last year when they were like getting to really like ready to really embrace Q. We kind of just met in the Q Slack, and I did a few months helping them out. Um, but I haven't been like keeping up with it. It's still like they're like, so what did they say? They said they made some mistake with Docker, but I don't remember it. Q is a new configuration language. Yeah, qlang.org. Um, you can't read it there. I don't know. We can make this bigger. Uh, Configure, unify, execute is what it stands for. Validate, define, and use dynamic and text-based data. And a little bit more verbose. Q is an open source language with a rich set of APIs and tooling for defining, generating, and validating all kinds of data, configuration, APIs, database schemas, code. Like it's actually really flexible and it's looking to be this glue. Like it could tell you if like your APIs, like you changed your API, is it backwards compatible? Like in the like strict sense of like what backwards compatibility actually means. um, minus like semantics and like behavior. But like, is your JSON schema your like opening API spec? Is it backwards compatible? You like I run tutorials. I write this site, and like if you go through first steps, like these are like all steps you can do to like improve what you do today without like fully adopting Q. Like you can just validate configuration without, yeah, this idea of like stealth Q, not necessarily sneaky, but you can start using Q without changing existing code. So you can start just like putting schemas on all your like configuration. Um, yeah, hopefully like and so like you don't necessarily have to replace YAML. Like Kubernetes reads YAML, Docker Compose reads YAML. Like that YAML's not going away, but Q can export like your Q code to YAML and to JSON and halfway to like an open API spec. Like, and it can read protobufs and Golang types and turn those into Q definitions that you can then like share somewhere else. And if like we get both directions going, you can like do some really interesting things. Um, so like the power of Q on top of like an idealized like CI system that's like open source and composable, like the community can pretty easily, and can run locally the same as it does like remotely in like GitHub Actions, because you can run it up there. Um, something like that. Q is super cool. I highly recommend this. It's pretty easy to like. It does require a different way of thinking. Like we have for loops, but they're comprehensions, not like loops in the traditional sense. There's no assignment. Yeah, highly recommend checking that out. Join the Slack. I don't know. Everybody here uses Discord, but I think Slack is way better, honestly, for being a developer. It's just like the code support and like the the integrations with other systems that developers use are much better in Slack. And like all the developers are typically on Slack, not Discord. I guess like these guys are on, I think, are they on Discord? I forget. I think they're on Discord. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Uh, Conde Con, I think that is. I try to be. I know a bunch about computers. When I was in college, I taught when I was doing my graduate work. I taught for 6 semesters. Was it like half my time I did research and half my time I did like teaching? I've taught it like all levels. When I taught Python 101, I taught architecture to second year students. Um, Taught machine learning to a mix of graduate and undergraduate students. That was the best class. Me and the rookie professor teaching. It was a magic combination. It's such fun with that class. We flipped it. So we didn't lecture. You watched like the experts, like there's people at like Stanford and MIT who produce machine learning lecture series. Watch their videos and then we'll talk about it in class and build cool things. And we make them read papers and give presentations on them. But no lecturing. So open source, like how do we monetize open source? It's a great question, right? Let's see what I've been collecting notes on this. I don't know if they're. Let me check locally. There should be another menu item here. MigDev. Um, no. Didn't I do this? What's under here? All right, well, let me just yap. And we'll pull up links as we go through, and then maybe I can like pop them all into chat at once. Let's see, there's cost.media. This is like something of a well, it's supposed to be a community or whatnot, but like, okay, so like, what's the history of open source software? Like, who was the first company? Just like, let's see in chat. Do you know like who the first like who was the really first successful like open source like company that like made money? There's they were still around and they still kind of are around in name, but they were around until they got purchased a year or two ago for a phenomenal. Yes, Red Hat. That's exactly right. You can see them right here. And how did that work? How did they make money? They make money by like supporting like software for enterprise. Like they take the open source Linux and they like backport patches and they maintain things for enterprises who typically move slower and want to move slower, and whatnot. So there's this idea you can build completely open source software and just sell like support around it. There's donations, like, and I don't know if donations are changing a ton, but I think for the most part, there's a lot more people who would like to like make money off of open source than do, right? And like, but I don't think donations is necessarily. There's very few that um, can make a livable wage on donations. Um, so what's a fella or group of people to do? That's where like there's some ideas around here, and there's like build a SaaS, right? And I think this is like what we're coming to call like open core. The idea that you have some core part of your software open source, and you have like extra things that you have to pay for that aren't in the open source version. And there's a few ways to do that. Of I think and it definitely depends on like what you're trying to build. There are some things that are like another one, like, even before you get to that, like, open core, like, there's this you have fully open source software, but you just run it for people, like WordPress. I don't know how open source WordPress is, actually. I don't really use WordPress. But the idea that you just, like, host it because people just don't wanna run their own servers. Uh, like, that's just not what people wanna do. They just want, like, it to be easy, like and it depends on, like, if a lot of these things, like you build something cool open source. Like if you're gonna build a task tracker or whatever, like who you're not really like you're gonna want to sell that to a lot of people, not just developers. So the idea of most people running your software, like developers, don't make purchasing decisions. Um, you're gonna be selling to people who aren't developers, so it needs to be easy. So that's like a common theme. Um, and how you do that is certainly like particular to your application, your market. I was gonna say there's a book called like for people who are technical, like sales is like a scary, intimidating thing, or maybe just something you're not interested in. It could be any of those, right? Uh, but like nothing happens in your company unless you're bringing in money long term. And like, of course, you can raise money. Like, there's like this intersection between like business model and like investment model. There's bootstrapping. Like, you don't have to be a big startup. You could be a lifestyle business. That's something to consider. That's what I'm kind of considering right now, rather than like I have this company, right? We got a logo and all that. Like, I got an idea for making SaaS, and I was gonna do that, but I'm not sure like what I would sell right now in terms of like other than like support. And that's what I'm kind of doing for the time being. Still trying to figure it out. I'm mostly focused on documentation, getting out to all you, letting you know about it. So like lifestyle is one choice, but if you're gonna go investment, um, you're gonna have to sell something. And so how do you break that up? There's like the spectrum of like there's things like so we had this open core, and then there's like licensing. And this is where like there's some interesting stuff happening with like Elasticsearch and Redis and a few other companies. They've got some new licenses, like MIT. Like what happened with Elasticsearch? Like they had a like permissible Apache 2 or MIT type license that they essentially assert no control over what you can do with it. And AWS made like Elastic, um, and like just sold Elasticsearch hosting services for developers and companies, and it was like more successful than um, let's say Elasticsearch's or Elastic.co's version. Um, but at the same time, they're still making a ton of money. Like, I mean, the complaint is mainly that AWS didn't get back. So what did they do? They created a new permission license. If you're familiar with like the idea of permissionless and permissioned systems, if you've been around like blockchain kind of hype or whatever you want to call it, conversations, like there's this idea of like permission versus permissionless systems. And so like, are you putting permissions on the users of your software, or are you a permissionless license? And something like GPL3 is a what we call a copyleft license, and it's a very aggressive copyleft license. So it's like it's a viral license. So if like people start using your GPL3 and compile it together, like they become GPL3 and like it cascades. And that's like what the people who created GPL3 wanted. They wanted a viral, strong copyleft to like free software, but like it takes like we all have to eat and be sheltered. So um, we definitely like need to make money somehow. So those kind of like get in the way of it. Like we can't like Red Hat's been the only one who's really replicated Red Hat's model. Um, it like it was a once in a while, and now like they've been swallowed up by IBM, and like that's the IBM like very lethargic enterprise service. Red Hat does cool things though, but um, what else do I want to say? Yeah, like we're starting out. I think before you even start worrying about how to monetize, like this is the thing, like getting into the methodologies that come out of like Silicon Valley around like agile product development, like in the true sense of like iterating with your users. Like you need people using it, so how you have to tell people, but they like you need to make it easy for them. So like I think the best thing you can do when you're building open source is just like write lots of examples, make your docs phenomenal. I spend more time on my docs than I do writing code right now, and I'm planning to keep that up for a while. Even though I've been writing, I mean, half my like streams are about me just like writing the examples for the docs and then going through sketching out those docs. I can do it on stream. I'll like tighten it up and wordsmith it off stream. What I think is super important, it's been like I've seen as I've been writing more tutorials and whatnot, like usage of my open source has gone up. So I think that's like before you even start worrying about like making money with it and how you're going to do that. Like you can always change your license down the road, especially if it's like early on. I think I don't know how hesitant developers are to various license. I don't really touch GPL software because like it's just like more legal trouble than I want right now. I don't have lawyers to figure that out, and like lawyers typically don't want to try and like suss it all out. So I guess like there's a lot of interest in flux in like how we monetize open source. Cost Media is like a group of people who are thinking about that, and like they're tracking all this open source stuff. Um, there's certainly like a lot more like funding going into open source, and honestly, like who knows? Like we just had the Log4j incident, and you got Biden talking about and like the White House putting out papers. Like, have you seen this? The White House thing on like securing strategic. No, this is the wrong one. This is did they take that down? Ah, that's funny. This is the strategic report on the PRC. Um, White House open source policy. Where is it? Just came out. I have it on my phone, I think. Open source summit. Like they're talking about it. They put out this PDF, and it was actually pretty decent. The first thing. Uh, I don't remember. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Anyway, like they're summoning the like big tech to the White House to talk about like open source security. So and like Google committed like $100 million. Like there's new things happening. It's fluid. I think the best thing to do is like get involved, like at least like get around the conversation if you're interested in this kind of stuff because it's evolving and there's going to be more money going into it. Like these people have been tracking. Like, do we have it? Research and data. Let's see. What are they saying? Uh, I don't know. I haven't been on here in a while. I talked with JJ one time. I follow him on Twitter. Um, let's see. Anyway, there's like it's growing, and they have a lot of good articles on it. So this is one resource. You're gonna need to sell. So to sell is human by Daniel H. Pink. This is like I wanted to mention this because honestly, like exchanging money for goods is like a thing like we've been doing for thousands of years. It needs to happen if you want to make a living. Like you're selling your time when you like make a wage or a salary. Um, but like I like this book because it takes more like less that like that whole idea like you have to sell a product like when you convince like a friend, a significant other, or a child about like they need to do something like that's selling. And like when you're applying to a job, you're selling yourself. And this just like takes away all that like stuff around like selling like that whole like feeling of like the used car salesman and it takes that away and it's, like really gets to the like the heart of what selling is and makes it approachable to people who like have that impression of what sales is. But sales is just about like the other one on sales would be what's it called, the challenger sale. Oh, and like all right, so the I should just point them out on my website. I think they're there. My reading list. Sales and marketing. Don't I have to sell as human on here? Oh, I guess that one needs to get on here. To sell as human, the Challenger Sale, and Crossing the Chasm. These are like the 3 sales books you need to read. Um, Crossing the Chasm will take you through like whatever the lean startup and like lean methodology in terms of like what Eric Ries and Steve Blank like created the modern startup with the idea of like rapid iteration with your users. And you should do that with anything you're creating. Like don't spend a bunch of time building something that you don't know people are going to use. That's like and so like all right, that's if you want to make money with software and like you're really interested in like creating open source businesses, like you need to be testing with the users and making sure it's something people actually want to use. If you're doing open source to like just build it for the fun of it, that's great. Do that. Like that's also a cool thing to do and like helps everybody out. Um, Open source is run by volunteers for the most part. Um, it'd be great to build a better like monetary feedback ecosystem. I think we're doing that, like trying to figure that out with like creators on all the social media. Like here I am on Twitch, right? Like how do people like get supported and like be able to share with others? Um, and that's like changing and evolving. Twitch, I guess, like takes a bunch more than like other platforms. Like the App Store takes 30%, 15 if you're small enough and like check enough boxes. And I think that's changing. Yeah, there's going to be some regulation hopefully coming to like some of these like permissioned marketplaces. But like at the same time, like Apple's marketplace has been a lot safer and like higher quality to their users for a long time. Let's see. Do we have any others? This. If you dare. Um, any others I'd recommend on here, like this open source stuff? If you think about this is a good book, CD Baby. He wrote it's that super short book. And this is the way corporations used to be. Corporations used to like give a lot more to their let's see. I took these guiding principles from that book, and I'm an IBM baby, by the way. Uh, Respect for the individual, service to the customer, excellence must be a way of life, and the goal is individual thought and individual action. And when Thomas J. Watson Jr. ran IBM, these were like the guiding principles of IBM. Like, you need to make money, you need to like make your customers happy, and you need to pay your employees well. Like, I remember IBM Country Club. Like, it was free. There was a swimming pool. Must read books for programming. I haven't read many of those books, to be honest. Uh, I think you'll learn a lot more just by building and writing a lot of software and refactoring a lot of software. Like, just build little things, and like that's how I've done it. I've been like the first 4 years of my programming life were self-taught. I picked up like learning C++. I picked up C++. I did that for about 4 years until I went back to college. I like found programming, dropped out to like write like a bot that would trade in the stock market for me. Um, but you got to make money. I was making money being a cook, and I just went back to school and I put that down. I found more interesting things to work on. But just like always, like building a lot of software. Like, right, I'm just about to refactor some stuff. Do it all the time. Uh, some other books though. I think I probably have some on here. There's I guess I read Walls and Mirrors, but that was C++. Is it in this list? This is a Dale Carnegie's book. Is a classic, and this is pretty good too. These are great books. There was who wrote it? Was it Paul Graham's book? Paul Graham's book is interesting, but I don't really read. Honestly, I think the better place to find like programming is probably now in like videos, to be honest. Or like I've watched, at least for Go, a lot of it has been just like reading other people's open source code and like going to the conferences and just like getting to meet the people who wrote Go and like all the people who give presentations who are like super into Go. Um, I don't think I have any. I mean, that would probably be like not what you're looking for. I mean, I like the Dragon book. That's on like compiler theory. Let me see. All my books are in storage right now, or the vast majority of them. I don't think I really have any programming books right now. Yeah, sorry. I've been like taking the like just like I learned programming, I've been learning about sales and like startups as well. And taking that's sort of my like I was going that direction, and I think I want to like because what would be better than like being able to make money doing what you love and like being able to support other people. How good? Honestly, read his newer book. Gerlasher Bach is like it was his first, and like I read the whole thing. Um, that's that's where like my company gets its name from, but Douglas Hofstadter. What's the name of his newer book? I'm a Strange Loop. I believe that's the one you want to read. It's like way shorter. Yep. There's a lot of good books out there. I haven't read enough lately. Um, anyway, so back to like, there's like, you can use a permission license where you like exclude, like, I don't know how this is defined. I don't think we've tested in court, but like what Elasticsearch did, getting back to that history, like, so Elasticsearch, like, Amazon took, or AWS took Elasticsearch's like code and started running it and providing a better service around it, and people were buying that instead of them. So what did they do? They like made a license where Amazon can't do that anymore. But like if you want to use it yourself, that's fine, but like other people can't make money with your software. Um, which I think is a bit like they've made it pretty well. Like, don't worry about that till like it's a problem. At least that's my like philosophy is to like share because like if it doesn't go anywhere, at least the code's out there for other people to use and not worry about. Um, but so what was the response like? We just helped somebody switch from like Elastic's like version to Amazon released a whole all of their tools around Elasticsearch as like a forever um what do you call it? Forever free, like it's true open source, permissionless. Is it called open source search? To be honest, I was only like partially involved with like the management of the CI around this. So, let's see. AWS Elasticsearch open search. I didn't think it was just open search because there's like a slew of tools that came out. Whatnot. Let's see. Um, so there's that. We don't know how that's going to turn out for them. I think Redis probably did better. There's been a few companies doing that. Um, but I'm not. I don't think I want to put permissions on my users and customers. So I think like instead of doing that, you like just instead of open sourcing everything, open source the core, open core. I think that's like the best model right now because it'll like allow you to like be able to maybe take both paths of like lifestyle all the way to like VC funded startup. I've seen companies like that were open source take a nosedive after they like took that VC money and like started bringing in like people who like scale businesses the Silicon Valley way, and like I'm sure people are gonna make money. Like at least one I know of was like they were just in the right market and whatnot. Yeah, but getting back to it, I think like my ultimate advice would be to like try and if you want to make money with it, like just get users and keep like you got to spend more time like documenting and talking about it than you do building it. Once you get like a minimum viable like concept down, and then just iterate. Um, I'll be right back. I go take a leak again. What up, chat? There's still 174 of you out there. Get some 7 O's in chat or O7s. Uh, let's see. Can I do this? Wait, which computer is this? O7 chat. Woo! All right. So, do you have more questions? I'm happy to I'm on here to like both learn and teach. I'm learning about streaming and myself and like my docs and like improving things. But I like teaching. That's why I do a lot of what I do. So there's costs. There is things. You should follow them on Twitter. Should we go on Twitter? Oh, where did it go? What the hey? They're not giving me a good name here. I get their emails still. They're still doing things like I thought. Yeah, and it's like good documentation is hard to write. Honestly, like as I'm taking the same approach. Like honestly, like you see my docs, like they look good to some extent. Um, but if you go into first example, like we got these, but if you go to like this is all I got right now for more features. This is the next section I want to work on. But I decided to take this detour into Cuetils. Um, I think I just wanted to write code last weekend. Was it that long ago? And it's my third stream working on Qtils on the pipeline, this data pipeline. Um, but there's not much here. Notes. What do we have in here? I don't think I have anything about open source here. I never did check. See, I do have notes. Do I have? Oops. What did I do? Hopefully this. Okay. Let's see. We were looking for notes. Do I have anything in here? No, just notes for streaming. Things to do. I need a new table. Oh, that's a great resource for people. Is that on my website? That one should be. If it's not, we're gonna make sure it is. Um, resources. Yeah, it was the first one. Read this. This is a great freaking. It breaks it down, like helps you like folks. This like was really helpful to me. Like you have tutorials which are learning oriented, how to guides, um, reference when they just need to look something up versus like how to guides they have like a problem they're trying to solve, or like a feature tutorials like are just like to get you going, and then like explanations and like getting deep kind of stuff. And this sort of just like helped me like frame how to think about like building all the things. Like, yeah, I gotta write a lot about like what I'm working on. I think there's been a few files I missed out on. Oh, geez. Uh, got noises. I've had noises in the air. I guess I've been like talking too much to hear it. Where did we like lose off? Okay, old man judo. We saw you before. Did we? How many like? I don't remember where. Okay, I remember. Do I remember not? I remember Krakosaurus rocks and Flux Forest and Nod Digits and Danny Boy, Banatarski. Thank you all for following. Appreciate it. Like it's a wild ride. I've only been doing this 10 days. I streamed some Minecraft a while ago, but this is my first like really streaming programming. Q on the beat. I like that. Got the Q in there. Although Q is spelled with a CUE. You can change that once every 6 months. You might want to update it. Old man judo. I think you've been messaging in the chat. Thanks for following. I'm Trevor. Stevie 888. I don't know if there's a way to compress those eights into like yeah, some way I should be saying that, but thanks for following. Moon Picks, Stinkerton, BB So, and sorry if I butchered that. Thank you all for following. KB Ray 9, yes, and thanks for following. Akon Dekan, Serja Deva, Dennis Maxim. I almost read that as V0. Maximov, and Camille Debicki. Did I say that right? But thank y'all for following. We're just here rambling about open source right now and like I guess documentations and such things. And so yeah, like you got this like or that this is like for organization. Let me throw this out in chat for y'all. There you go. That's that. I'm now, like, and I was saying like I got a lot of incomplete code here. I have like, see, I've sketched all this out, but I haven't written. I'll take another iteration and like write notes, and I don't mind publishing it because like then people might nag me about it. Who knows? And like honestly, like recently, like a couple of people joined my Slack, like I don't know, like 5 or 6 weeks ago, and started asking questions. It kind of just got me like remotivated again. So if I didn't have a website up, they wouldn't have like found out about it. Or I think a lot of people find out about my stuff through Q. That's definitely true. And I've just been writing tutorials a lot. Um, anyway, like I don't have this shit. I like this is enough to like get somebody a little bit further, and like I'll come back and make it better. I guess so. What I'm trying to get is I'm approaching streaming the same way. Like I don't have a great mic. I got this little thing here, but we'll get there. I got to just like pick stuff out, and like it's super cold here. It's been below freezing for at least 2 weeks, I think. Has it been that long? Um, so I encourage you just like getting back to that whole idea of like it's more fun when people use your stuff too. So like just getting it out there like in any form and just like I don't know. There's luck to it certainly, I suppose, like anything. Like Faker JS, like who, there's now like Faker JS on GitHub. Faker JS, I think. Yeah. They forked it and they're now you got these like who are these people? Why did they get to be these ones and make this? Like, who knows? Like there's a couple like alternatives to Faker going around, but like this is like gonna maybe hit it. Maybe other people will choose other things. I don't know. But now there's like a community version and it's already got 2,300. I appreciate what they did. They tried to fix a problem. At least like I suppose maybe are you guys familiar with Faker JS and the unfolding story sorts? There's obviously like feel bad for the guy behind the original Faker. He's like suffering and not doing well. Needs some help. But he caused a lot of like downstream turmoil. We'll just have to roll with it, you know? We all got to roll with it too. People do crazy things from time to time. We just best like get them help so they can like whatever they're suffering from, they can get help, so get some help to get through that. Anyway, there's this. Like, why did this get to be it? There's luck to it, I suppose. I mean, they did like grab the like right name, but why did they get to grab it? I don't know. What else do we want to ramble about, chat? um, because there's the whole story around like open source. I think open source has become a lot more of common parlance for the general population. Uh, I'm a developer advocate for my own stuff, I suppose. Um, I mean, it's not like my title. Um, and sometimes I'm an advocate for developers, like with the work I do for pay. Like when I'm building some systems, sometimes I'm a developer advocate, sometimes I'm a like management advocate. Like, hey, we need to like change things because it costs too much. I've been, coming and save a company like 30, $100,000 a month because they just need to configure their Kubernetes better. Like, hey, you got two salaries, three salaries sitting over here in your cloud, and you're wasting money. And in that sense, like you have to advocate for policies, like developers changing their habits, and like you need to be able to take on a little bit more responsibility for like how much their stuff costs, and kind of like pushing that down. Like, it's like an ebb and flow. Like this company was, I think, when I first started working with them, they were trying to, they were looking at raising another round, like their Series B or whatever. I think it was Series B. Um, they had product market fit. They were like bringing in the money, but before they were really going through like the deep financials with the investors, they wanted to like reduce their costs because like the costs were starting to blow up, and like we were able to like not only like save like 80% of their costs on Kubernetes with just doing a handful of like very simple, relatively simple things, but it required like instead of running one node pool, you have to run three or four node pools, and they have like slightly different configurations, and like you have long running services on one machine, short-lived jobs on another whole worker class, or node class. There's like labels in Kubernetes for this stuff to like assign or not assign work and like cool stuff. But just doing some simple things like that requires like reworking a little bit of the code, but not too much. So you're like advocating like, yeah. Another thing I'm doing right now is like more security related. Like the developers there, their development machines run in the cloud, and so they like join a VPN and SSH into these development machines. And what we're trying to do is make them use 2FA off to log into these machines, which can get a bit annoying. Like when I'm building this image, and I'm like developing a base image that the developer boots up, like make some Git keys, clones the repository, and bam, they're good to go. They don't have to worry about software because like part of the problem is we need consistent developer machines across the board. Because like as much as you want to talk about containers trying to fix this problem, like there's still like differences. There's always differences. um, unless you make them all like log into identical machines, then they're consistent. I mean, there's still differences, but so getting them like, that's why we do it, like consistency and like uh, just being up in the cloud. Everything happens faster for them, even though you're like only working on a two CPU VM in the cloud. Like it's sufficient for what they do, and they're running like a dozen more Docker containers on it. It's no problem. Most of them are quiet most of the time. They just run their end-to-end tests. It all works. Um, but like pulling objects to and from the registry or the database, maybe not the data object store, like it happens so much faster because it's like in Google Data Center, like petabyte scale, like networking. Um, but now every time they log in, they need to do 2FA. I don't know about retiring. Like, what's I don't know. I kind of feel like I'll work until I like can't really anymore. Because I guess like the older I've gotten, like the less code I write, and the more like talking and writing non-code I do. Oh, I've been coding for like 20 years, I suppose, something like that. Been out of school for like 8 years, 9 years, but I was in school for a long ass time. Let's see. Um. So yeah, getting back to chat. Any ramblings on doing this computer guy coder for the long run? You mean me streaming? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Yeah, all advocates of something. Always got to be advocating for something. Point of view, a product, your services, yourself. Gotta be able to advocate for yourself. I've never been I suppose the shyest type. It's hit or miss. I get stage fright, which is funny. Like with streaming, what is that even? I don't get stage fright like when there's like 150 something out there. I suppose it depends on like what I'm talking about. This feels a lot more casual. I mean, I'm gonna be doing this kind of stuff hopefully for the foreseeable future. I'm hoping that like I could do more of this streaming and open source stuff, but I'd also like to work on like turning this into. I mean, maybe open source for now. Like I'm fine financially for now. I'm not like super worried about it. Yeah, wrist PT, gotta be doing that. Get yourself a good setup. Like if you're sitting in front of a computer all day, get yourself a nice chair. I don't have it perfect, but like get yourself. Can we get this in screen? Oh, I might lose my microphone here. This is like Theracane. This is called the Body Back Buddy. Like this is like you do this. This is amazing. Get one of these. And maybe get a roller. Like that you roll your back on. These are all good things. I mean, I should be getting up more than I am. I could probably get the whole what do they call it? Twitch associate. It's not associate. It's affiliate. Is that right? And like get channel points and let y'all spend points to make me stretch if you want. I think I saw an email about doing that, but I'm not really like I'm not necessarily here for the money. Like I feel like if y'all end up donating, like I'm gonna put it towards like maybe a little bit of upgrades on my system, but like any donations I think to myself or Hoff are gonna go back into funding open source developers. That's my plan with any of this stuff. I don't necessarily need the like revenue. Yeah, there's some like you gotta take some downtime for sure. I don't know. I spend a lot of time doing this kind of stuff. I mean, but like right now I'm not really programming, right? I'm like kind of just talking about it. I do this kind of stuff at the bar before COVID. Just like go out and talk to people. Like there's I don't live in a city right now, but I'm kind of thinking about going back to a city just to be around more of those like meetup stuff. I think I'm gonna go to Austin. I'm thinking about it. Austin seems like an up and coming place. I actually lived there a long time ago for 6 months. Are chats coming up on screen? They should be like showing up like right there. Are they? I haven't been paying attention. Yeah, so there's a lot more like there I guess like it's just city, like there's more people around, like so you get bigger groups of people with shared interests naturally, just because higher density of people. Um Certainly trying to pick let's see if we can I need to get so I don't know if you can tell, but like this right here, this is one computer. This is a maybe I should give a shout out too to the company that put my computer, my streaming computer together. So this, I don't know if you noticed, I mainly work on a Chrome OS Pixelbook Go. I freaking love it. Honestly, like I get Linux and I get crazy battery life and a usable, like a really decent, like Linux UIs generally suck. This is super clean. And part of it is I can control, like I pay for my Gmail for my company and like I can like remote wipe this computer if I need to. Here, I would not want to do that right now though. I don't have a good backup. I should probably do something about that. But like I'm moving a mouse outside of this window, and this is just a window on my Windows PC that I stream from. So I've got it separated. but you can't see that. Like, I could probably do something like, can we add a source live? Screen capture? Add source? Uh, Oops. And so I get confused about like what computer I'm actually working on. Why? Oops. Oh, I never. Okay, gotta name it. This one. Done. Yeah, see? All right, so there's one. Here's the other. This is like the window that I just put like right here. Bam. And then so my mouse moves down to my laptop when I do that. And then I have another screen over on this side where I got like stream stuff going on. But this screen right here is like on a like ultra wide screen right in front of me, kind of thing. And then I got like these like I got a stream deck too. It's fun. It's programmable apparently. Although there was I don't remember who it was, but there was somebody who was building like essentially an app to control do the same thing as this like stream deck does from your phone. So you just put your phone sideways and get like he was working on having all the same like menu items. He had a lot of it done, honestly. Like it looked totally usable. Did we is this the right one? Yeah. Oh, why did it do that? It gets confused about screens sometimes. I think I bookmarked it recently. Star bookmark. Y'all know the Alt F4 stream and their LSP containers. I thank Eric for yesterday. He's the reason I have a new Vim setup. Did y'all see that? Did y'all get to see the crazy Vim stuff? Like from Vim, let's see, I think it's that. I can get a term. I could do, I think Vimception. Yeah, Mr. Black Glasses. I watched his last couple of his streams. And yesterday we went through like he wanted to rewrite his mailer into Go, but we didn't even like start that really, other than like writing like a Hello World Go. At least I guess we did some things in the end, but we spent most of the time working on getting Go into his LSP containers project and into his dot files. Deer Beach? No, what was it? I don't know if I grabbed it. I still need to pull all this stuff. I want to like filter through all my like. This is like all right. So this is perfect. Like this is the kind of stuff I want to be able to do with this pipeline, right? I should be able to write a pipeline that talks to Git, and maybe we'll do Git before we do Twitch, just to like. I want to grab all my stars from Git and be able to like sort them and put them on my website, and I want to be able to turn it into data that like Hugo I can just like write some loops over data in Hugo and generate all that out. Yeah, Docker and SRE. I do a lot of that too. Although I like skip like I don't like it can I don't worry about keeping all like current or up to date necessarily with like the latest like such things. Some of my Docker containers might be out of date. I don't know. And I don't like always necessarily make sure I run tests. I'm like just kind of like building like crazy, just trying to get functionality and documentation out there. And the docs kind of act as a test. I've been trying to write more tests, but it's not like I don't require a test to like commit some code. I don't know if he does either, but I don't know if we necessarily wrote tests for this yesterday, because you're kind of like using it and testing it live, and like I pretty much use all these things to test them. I don't think there's probably open source packages out there, but you got to get your code out there, both like figuratively and like literally into production. I could show you how. I'll do things like I use a makefile. Do y'all use makefiles? Like it's just like a lot easier to like not have to remember all these flags. Uh, was Black Glasses doing something about JavaScript to handle the cloud stuff? Or you mean like the stuff I was showing, like this pipeline stuff? Where are we? We're in the website. Like yeah. I just deploy like I don't have CI that deploys my stuff to production. I just do it by hand. Like I'm not that worried about it. Were you talking about oh phony? Phony just means we got another one here, I'm sure. So normally like you see how this tests, these are like test dependencies. Like it will run these tests for this. And normally, like what make does is like it checks the dependencies. If the dependencies haven't updated since the last build, it won't run the rule. So you can do like this make all, and it will skip anything that it's like doesn't need to be updated. What phony does, this dot phony says this rule should always be run essentially. So you can force run it. So you don't have to like make clean and then rerun everything. You can still run a specific rule and all its dependencies, even if it like make doesn't think something has changed, which can be the case from time to time. Because like some of these are like abstract rules of sorts. Uh, yeah, I guess I'm like, what was I gonna say? Tim Vargas. Yeah, you're welcome, Conde Con. I'm not sure what you mean by this JavaScript stuff. I guess I'm unclear if you mean what I was working on or what. It was something like Black Glasses was working on. I don't know if you mean this stuff. Um, like the idea of making API calls and like reshaping them and then be able to make more API calls, or at least like write the data out to file. And I don't know if like was I rambling about my plans for like turning this into OAuth, turning it into something that can like pull data out of GitHub for me, or maybe Hacker News. Do y'all follow Hacker News? Y'all want to talk blockchain? I don't really want to anymore tonight. We could do that another time. I have strong opinions on blockchain. Strongly held weak opinions, something like that. I think it's supposed to be the other way around. Let's see. What's our Git status look like? Is there anything we don't want to commit? Git add. Is this? No. Forget how to show the. Let's use lazy git. Because we can see all the difference. So let's go through this. We don't care about that. We're not supposed to touch that. We just need to keep it. Gopher. Oh, on blockchain. I like, I've been thinking like Yeah, I guess my opinion is falling. I've come back. I got into blockchain 2017. Actually, I mean, before that, it was like I remember hearing about Bitcoin like when it was like $100, $200. I was like, that was like when I was gonna go do my master's, and I was like, should I like get a job and just like buy a Bitcoin a week? And I don't remember why I thought that at the time, like, because I didn't go get a job, and I just stayed in my master's, and I thought about other things for like a lot of years. And then in 2017, my roommate, I was buying like robotic stuff and like 3D printers and such things. And my roommate walks in and goes, I think we should buy some Ethereum. My buddy says we should. I was like, I'm buying stupid shit. All right, I'll buy like 50 shares. They were like, how much were they? They were like a dollar or two above or below like $10, like in early 2017. And they just like went to them like 100 or 300 after that or something. Like, you know where they're at now, but maybe. I don't know. They've been coming back. And so I ended up quitting my job on cryptos like 5 months after I bought them, and I had like way more money than I did starting with it. Um, and so then I was like trying to work in crypto, and I was trying to write a replacement. It's out there. We could like take a look at it. Where is this thing? I don't get to tell people about Bastet that often. Where's my repositories? Bastet. Yeah, the blockchain and DApp Guardian. I guess it's an NFT. Like, yeah, I'm sure. I haven't touched this since. Here, I was trying to work on this project, like funding for open source. Cool. There's all these like projects doing ICOs because like that was like when that was happening. And I applied to work on this project to replace MetaMask. Oh, the stream is blurry. Not sure. Is it? I feel like I've been trying to like figure out the proper settings for OBS. And let's see. YouTube is still saying like 1080p at 60 frames. Um and like Twitch is saying I've been trying to I got it set at 10k kilobytes per second. I hope that's all right. Like I heard like I needed like 4500 to do 1080p. But who knows? Like Twitch is like any other cloud service. They go down. They have like bottlenecks and like services aren't perfect. They're good enough. Better than nothing, right? Nice. Thank you. Um so I applied for this and but I also talked about it was a DAO platform. Like they were building open source smart contracts on the Ethereum blockchain to like manage DAOs and like build apps on top of DAOs. But they had this like program. God, I wonder if there's still like, are there any? I thought I made a pull request. Maybe that's a different thing. Anyway, I talked about like trying to port their DAO system to the Hyperledger blockchain. I don't know if you're familiar with Hyperledger blockchain. But it's Hyperledger Fabric. I like Hyperledger. Like, okay, so let me caveat this because like one of my best friends works on Optimism, and he shared an apartment with Vitalik before, and like knows him, and like we talk all the time. We go back and forth about this blockchain thing. So there are interesting things happening. Like, um, there's a lot of money going into like it's a lot like the .com. I think there's just a lot of money going in, and like nobody really knows like how it's going to turn out, other than like there's a lot of money making happening right now, but like I think there's good things in the technology. There's certainly like Golang like benefited from the blockchain ecosystem because there's like Ethereum like has formally verified crypto algorithm that Go just like, wow, this is like formally verified and 3 times faster than ours. Like we they like adopted it into the Go standard library. And so like we're seeing like formal analysis and systems, like formal proving of algorithms, like that's getting like that's a good thing. Like that's gonna make for better software overall. Um I guess, you know, so getting back to this, I was talking about Hyperledger Fabric, which is like a blockchain like meta platform. Like you can run EVM on here, but like you can write Go code to do chain code. They call it chain code instead of like smart contracts. It all runs in like Kubernetes and Docker. I think most of them do. But it's not like there's no crypto, right? Like why do I need crypto for? Like I can run a permissioned like proof of authority system. Like and so in that sense, like I guess is like a like why are you doing it for the money? Like is it about the money or is the like is a token like actually integral to your solution and what you need? Like are you creating a marketplace? Because like look, there's like eBay's a marketplace. Like they don't need crypto. PayPal doesn't need crypto. Like and like yeah, Visa might be taking 3% and such things and selling data. But if you look at so like getting back to it, like Moxie's article, I don't know if you recently saw Moxie's article. Moxie from Signal. Like he tried out making some NFTs and stuff, and like he had some interesting things to say. And I, you know, I think it's still early. Web 3. What is Web 3? Like with a capital W, a lowercase w, dot zero. Like um, a great quote from my academic advisor was like, when I was first starting to work with him, he says all of computer science is archaeology. Like, is it distributed for the sense of distributed? Like, users don't care about like very few users care about distributed versus not. Like, when it comes down to it and a platform takes off, people don't really care about it for that reason, right? Um, most people like you're not going to build like a unicorn on that kind of stuff. Um, so what is Web 3 like? I mean, there's just like what Moxie's saying is like you got NFTs on a blockchain, but then you got things like OpenSea that are just like and Coinbase that are like centralized custodial kinds of systems, right? Like I use Coinbase. I don't want to manage my own wallet. Like I don't want to be troubled with that. Like if Coinbase can keep it safe for me, like Fidelity keeps my stock safe for me, like fine. Like I don't care that much. I don't want to have to deal with the wallet and the potential of losing all my money because of that. Like in theory, like it's safer there than me having it. Like it's gonna be harder to go up to like Coinbase with a gun and like get some wallet. Um, so and you can say like the same thing. Like look at GitHub. GitHub's a centralized service that everybody uses because it's awesome on top of a distributed protocol. Git is a distributed protocol, just like any blockchain. Is I think honestly Git is a far more interesting like distributed protocol, like with forking and branching and like push and pull models. Like um, what blockchain says some things about like distributed trust. Like I was watching CM Griffin's stream earlier today, and he's doing a sponsored session on November 20th. Can I do like bang shout out? Does that even work? Let's see. I don't know if he's around right now. Oh, what happened here? I hit refresh over there. You guys, oh, I'm gone, aren't I? Wait, why is this like, what happened? Why am I disappeared? There I am. All right. Why am I? Let's get big. What's going on? No. Oh, stream's behind. Bam. All right, where were we? Web three and Moxie and like the idea of like these naturally like the centralized platforms, so that like people are going to prefer them because they can iterate faster on a like on the user experience. They're building APIs on top of it, like where if you look at like pure Ethereum or Git, like those protocols move slow and they should move slow. They're like hard to change, and that's a good thing, but like it can't necessarily keep up with the pace of development. So it's hard to say what's like, is Bitcoin really going to be the thing that like lasts the longest? Like it's gold of sorts. Um, but like Mars, like what's Mars going to use? Like Mars will probably use some like digital currency, probably based on the blockchain, but it's certainly not going to be Bitcoin. They're going to need something different because you can't do like, I mean, they can't like participate in Bitcoin the way Bitcoin is because the time to send messages back and forth are longer than the block time, right? It takes like something like 7 to 24 seconds for the speed of light to get from Mars to Earth, depending on where it is. Or maybe it's like minutes. It might be minutes, honestly, because it takes like what, like almost 9 minutes for light to get to the sun to us. So 7 more minutes to Mars. Okay, that makes kind of sense. So like they certainly can't participate in a consensus system with Mars. So are they just going to be second class to the Earth Bitcoin? Or are they going to have a different one? It's just that like interest of space is freaking big, right? But even so, like, is Ethereum really the best? Like, it's like silver, and it's the silver star right now. I don't know about all the others. Getting back, I suppose, to like I was in crypto and then I left because I didn't really enjoy the community and the ecosystem around it too much. Like right now, there's definitely, maybe it's cooling down, but like just too many people just like in it for the money to like make me want to use as a developer. And like as a developer, like okay, you got a blockchain, but like you still need all those other things around an app to go with it. So you're just adding something extra, and unless it's actually necessary for the dynamics of like the experience you're trying to build, like you don't necessarily need it. Like the only reason to do it is to like ride the hype train and get investment, which isn't necessarily like uh I don't think it's just a gambling ring. There's like it's a whole spectrum of thing. Like it is like it's programmable money more than we've ever had before. Like I mean, there's Stripe, and I can program money somewhat, but like, and there's like, if you look at like what Uniswap is, like a distributed exchange, like they're creating order books based on just like reading the blockchain and providing you better fast time updates. But like, you can do these things where like within a single transaction, you can like take a loan, execute some arbitrage, and then repay the loan all in one single transaction, like so that like you don't have risk between transactions. I don't know if like that sort of like high frequency stuff, like, well, I okay, so like Bitcoin was created because the Fed was printing too much money, but like what is crypto? Like isn't crypto just like printing a bunch of money out of thin air without the like backing of the government? Like it's all backed on people's hopes and dreams, and like it's supposed to really network effect kind of a thing. So I cr- crypto has utility somewhere, obviously. I just don't know how it extends to like NFTs and artists. Like really, like there's a like I don't know if it was brought up in Moxie's thing. Like people know that like people are becoming aware. I don't know like where people are on it, but like the image that like you buy an NFT and like you're buying a pointer to an image somewhere else. You're not actually like the image is not on the blockchain. At least a JPEG isn't. I know somebody who's trying to put SVGs directly on the blockchain on Ethereum, create an NFT so you could say the image is actually on the NFT. I mean, like, what are the NFTs really the future? Like, what does that even mean? It's not like going to take over everything. Like maybe like Ticketmaster, like you could use tickets, but like Oh yeah, I'm not gonna sell any NFTs. Like, I don't care. No, no, it's is crypto a speed run to fiat? I don't know. I don't even. I'm not sure how to interpret that, but like crypto, like there's good things coming out of it. I think. I mean, like, all right, so like let's take voting for example. Like we're talking in the United States, we're talking about voting stuff again. And we were talking about it last presidential election cycle, because of like mail-in voting, and like, do the citizens trust the vote? Like, what goes into that? Like, I mean, obviously, there's a bunch of misinformation out there on both sides about things, and like, seems to be funny things happening, but like, are they enough to actually like change the vote? But like, there's doubt, and like, people are questioning these, you know, electronic systems more. Like, were they hacked? Well, if you go back to like Gore Bush, like it was the hanging Chad, right? But like people get like can understand more how like hanging Chad works and like the idea of like handwritten ballots versus like, what is this about? Like I need to like use a crypto key to like do a blockchain thing. Like as soon as like you start like getting like your voting system on technology, like these like anything blockchain based, but it doesn't even have to be blockchain based. That doesn't even matter. Like the fact is that like it's going across the internet before it's counted. Like and the votes like could be manipulated. That like if enough people can't understand how the system works, they aren't going to trust it. So I don't see like the need for like blockchain based voting. I don't think it would work in this country anyway. I don't think like the people would trust it. I mean, as a developer, I don't trust any like I don't want any sort of electronic voting. I think that's a terrible idea. Like, geez, I got too many of myself like looking at me. I've got 4 copies of me. I should only have one. Where's that other screen? So, oh, that was the wrong one. That was Twitch. Twitch chat. Where'd you go? There you are. Sorry, you probably can't see that. Let's make this bigger. So, like, yeah, trustless systems. Like we're talking about open source. Where's my? Let me get this stuff back out. I can show you another really interesting project that is based on a blockchain, but it's not a crypto blockchain. Like there are uses for blockchain technology outside of crypto, and like I still think crypto has place to be, but we're very much in like I think we're still in a lot of like hype around the technology, and it's overhyped, and it's just not that exciting to me. Versus like programming, like Q is far more exciting to me. I think we'll like have a like some of the things like it will have a better like more to say about like software reliability and like my developer life. Like it's improved it so much. But I want to talk about Sigstore since we were talking about uh, blockchains and like open source security. Like this is super cool. Essentially, you have like a Golang tool to sign arbitrary binaries and Docker containers, and it works off of public key infrastructure. So this group here, oh, you can't see this. That's right. Let's bam. Oh, I'm like, I know what's wrong. This is why I'm like, where is this? This is what's wrong. Hide. There we go. Sigstore. This is cool stuff. It is essentially taking the TLS and like HTTPS and like Let's Encrypt. Like if you're familiar with Let's Encrypt, like free, like that was a big game changer for like the internet. Like everything started going behind TLS and HTTPS and your green, your green bar. And now it's so prevalent we don't even need it anymore. Like that's a fantastic thing. And that's like free for everybody to use. It's largely been funded by like a lot of great companies. Um, and so this is like the same idea, like getting certs to sign your software. And so they have a root cert, and like these things get put into a essentially a blockchain. It's a distributed. It's a ledger where like each transaction signs the previous one as it's added. So it's like a chain of signatures. Um, but you get this little CLI to do that, and so then like anybody can come along and sign somebody else's piece of software as well, and we start getting this distributed trust model on top of a centralized ledger, um, permissionless and all of that, but there's no crypto. And like this is like built with Kubernetes in mind, so like you can leverage this like SigStore infrastructure. So like when a container hits your cluster, it has to like pass this like checks to make sure it hasn't changed before like Kubernetes will run it. Like it'll pull it and be like, oh, this is not like what it's supposed to be. And so we can have like the developer signing it, but at the same time, like you might want some third party. And I fully expect in this whole software supply chain for third party companies to come along and do like you see in the crypto space, they're having like security audits, like people going in looking at the code and saying, yes, I approve, like I'm putting my seal of approval like to some security level on this thing, and we could just like sign it and like put it into a public ledger of sorts. And this relies on a central party serving that, but you could also mirror it. uh, these are great people working on this, and so they're adopting Q as well, a little bit, not a ton, mostly for like being able to say like attach metadata to your signatures and like be able to attest like this thing has a like certain property in its metadata as well. um, yeah, no, I don't. I would prefer physical locks to my house door. I don't have an Alexa. I have. I mean, I don't have a Google like home listening device right now, but I mean, I'm pretty sure my phone is probably doing that anyway. I don't. I so my philosophy on that was like I'm essentially like there's people who are Apple fans. I'm a like Google fan, and I've got like my entire identity behind like the Google firewall. I kind of trust Google more on security and like honestly like having the like internal company like structure and like the employees can like fight these security things. There's a lot of good people working there, and they have some of the best researchers in security. They're finding all the exploits. Google Zero Day, is that what it's called? And honestly, like as a developer, Google has given back more to open source than like most other companies. Microsoft is doing better, but like Amazon, Apple, like what are they doing? Where's their? I mean, they've got some open source, but it's not like is woven into like as Google is. Oh, we got a couple new follows and noises in the air. Uh, Philip Narte, is that how I say it? Philip, thanks for following. See who else might have I missed? Surreal Morales. I've seen your name before. I'm pretty sure of that. Somewhere in somebody else's chat. Sirius 6323 and Esatoa. Thank you all for following. Appreciate it. This is relatively new to this stuff. This is day 10. I started streaming 2 weekends ago, programming maybe. Oh, I think Twitch still has all my VODs. They're all on YouTube. If you want to go check them out there and go back, hopefully the quality is improving. I've learned a few things about like bit rates and such. Let's see what else. Oh, we're at 5 hours. I might need to. I have to interview somebody in 7.5 hours. Shit, I forgot about that. Okay, I'm gonna have to sign off. Do y'all have some recommendations on? Make sure to hit that follow if you want to hang out and do this programming thing some more. Um, who do we want? Who do we want to raid? Do y'all prefer programming, or is there some game? All right. Let me let's have a look around Twitch. Let me get a tab over here. I feel like we should. I'll go watch it afterwards. There's this thing in Minecraft, Vault Hunters. Let's go here. Who we got? Oh, that's Twitter. Twitch. Let's just go here. And then here. Go slower. Pete. If you want to see the coolest Minecraft mod pack ever, I highly recommend Pete. Pete's playing it right now, Vault Hunters. They have like a Twitch integration. You can like put yourself into Minecraft through like the Twitch chat. By like donations or bits or channel points and such things. Or you can help out the players. Super cool. The whole idea behind that is like there's these an extra dimension with vaults and like there's like a whole RPG based system too, and it's #1 right now for English. Thank you all. Appreciate that. Putting me at the first spot. Let's see. What is I don't see, I would kind of prefer a smaller streamer. Oh, this is what's wrong. I can't see the right side of the screen. Since I I don't know what streamer. Let's see. 0 viewers. Let's see. Well, I checked out this person and I bookmarked them or followed them. We should go. Where are they? They got 9. Yeah, here we go. Let's go raid this dude. Bam. He doesn't know what's coming. Like I didn't know it was coming. 500 of you freaking showed up and hung out with me. Let's I follow this guy, so he must be doing something right, because he's not doing game dev. I'm not really into game dev. Is it going? Where's my? I can't tell. Y'all ready to raid this? I think. Let's see what happens. Thank you. Before we do, I'll just say thanks again for hanging out. Come back again sometime soon. With that, I bid you all a good night. What's it going? Can't tell. Did we go? I can't tell. Let's get that out of the way. I can't. Oh wait. Let's get that back. I can't tell. If I'm still here in chat, let me know.